Hey, welcome back everybody. How's everybody doing? I hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday, or what's left of it at least. It's nearly Wednesday morning here. So, yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. We're, as usual, just going to jump straight into it. We finished yesterday. Hang on a sec, let me turn that fucking storm sound down so I can actually hear myself think. Hey, Tony. Welcome back, mate. Yes, we got back from yesterday's little excursion in starting to map out the underground cave system. We ran out of beacons. I knew we were going to run out of beacons. I only made a small amount from what materials we had at the time, because I didn't really want to dedicate too much. This bug is annoying, man. I don't know if you can see it, the map is moving. This is the only map where I've ever seen the grid do that, but anyway. Yeah, we started mapping this out and we ran out of beacons, but I didn't want to take more beacons because I didn't want to use up more of our resources on that, because it's steel and we need steel for the building bit. For the new base. So we're gonna carry on collecting what we need. Off stream, I already started to put together a little bit more steel, which we're gonna have to cook up. And I threw all of the resources that we came home with yesterday into the furnaces and whatnot to get things cooking up. It's just a lot more rinse and repeat of yesterday. We're gonna do some simples and we're gonna go and collect resources. We can keep ourselves busy. Just a second. Didn't I? I put down a beacon where we found the iron, didn't I? Oh, it's over there. It's just white. It kind of blended in with everything else. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do simples, and along the way go and collect the resources from the drills as they produce it. And maybe pop into the odd cave ourselves and do some mining, but basically just keep on top of grinding out some concrete. We need to level up. I can't do any building just yet, seeing as we have to level up to get some more blueprint points, just so that we can actually unlock the concrete building stuff that we want, because we haven't unlocked that yet. If I could even find where it was. Was that concrete tier 3? Yeah, we don't have any of the concrete unlocked yet, so we have to get some more blueprint points so we can actually unlock it, so we can make any of it. We'll wait for this storm to be over, and then we'll snap to it, I guess. We're okay for food. We're okay for water. We should probably leave these behind. There's no point in lugging that around when we're not going to need it just yet. And we might as well do some chores while we wait, I guess. Go and see how the farm is doing. Harvest that up. We need to expand the farm. It's just we can't get dirt short of what we receive in as rewards from simple missions. We're basically stuck doing the simples for certain basic items. The seeds and whatnot we could buy, but we can't buy dirt as far as I'm aware. Not that I would, because I'm a bit too much of a Jew to pay money for dirt. We did make a dirt foundation on Nick's advice that he'd seen someone on in a video, in a playthrough, digging a dirt foundation and getting dirt from it, and I tried it and it doesn't work. So we're either doing something wrong and we're using the wrong kind of tool, although a shovel's a shovel, whether it's a wooden one or an iron one or whatever it is. I don't see how it would really matter. Oh, we have 4 points. How did I not notice that? Because it's not telling me on the main screen. It just says 1 talent point, but it wasn't showing the blueprint points. Okay, if we've got 4, then we can get concrete, 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 and then we'll hold on to 1 as a just in case. I'll take that steel and we'll cook it up. We do have some steel, so let's make a little bit of rebar. We're going to go through a lot of this. It's not something you can craft, mate. It's not something you can craft. You're supposed to be able to dig the ground and get dirt, but everywhere we've tried on the map, and we've tried multiple places, we get sand. For some strange reason. Everywhere we get sand. And we can't... the only thing you can use sand for is to melt it down for glass. But it's very inefficient. It's better just to use silica. If it's something that we could craft, I would have started doing that long ago. But unfortunately, it's not. Oh, what do I need dirt for? Sorry, I misread that. To make crop plots. No, to make crop plots. So that we can farm. Yeah. Glass we can make. Glass we've got boatloads of. I mean, I've got so much silica. As you can see, I basically don't even know where to put it anymore. And I'll take the rest of that and the screws. Not all of them, though. Right. We are going to need some concrete frames, but they are kind of pricey. So let's go easy on that to begin with. Let's do like... let's do like 9 of those. If we build this right in the same way that we did the Olympus base, then I shouldn't need to go through phases of putting down a concrete floor and a concrete roof and then changing the concrete floor for refined wood and blah blah blah. We don't have to go through the different phases. We can just go straight to refined wood floor, just as long as we cover the roof. Yeah, that's how quickly things can change, mate. If you go the right way, collecting the right things in the right way, you can go from... I mean, it was the same on our other Mrs. Pouchman playthrough. We went from barely ever having anything to having to make wardrobe upon wardrobe to store things. I was short on copper, and then all of a sudden, boom, I had 3 wardrobes full of it. And we'll turn the rest into pillars. Alright, we'll let that crank away. Alright, let's see what this has got for us, shall we? For however much I hated the Lost missions, because of the palaver of repairing the base that we have to go to, the fact that you can get such good items out of it, it does have a decent, you know, effort reward. It's probably one of the best effort reward missions, to be quite honest. I think we'll do that. And that's not too far away. We'll just go on foot so we don't have to protect the idiot. Oh, hang about. Oh, you're full, are you? It's what I mean with the electric drills are just as much of a game changer when going from biofuel as the oil drills can be. Going from electric to oil. I hope we do. I really don't want to have to tame and level up yet another one. I left some oxide on my hot bar. Right, we're going to need the hammer. Where's the hammer? There's the hammer. And we might as well harvest shit as we go. We've got to keep on top of our flour supplies. Right, let's grab that.
Danger. Danger.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. And of course the base that we have to do it is all the way over there. I don't know why they can't just have the base you need to... work on near wherever they drop the fucking beacon. That's the way it happens most of the time. And then in the odd case, you have this bollocks where it has you going back and forth like a crazy person. Wayfarer ahead. Well, we didn't get nearly as much stuff out of this as the last one, but it's something. All we need now is a Wayfarer chest piece, and we've got a full set of Wayfarer armor that we didn't even make. If I were to build what you see here, it would have long since fallen apart. At fucking last. Alright, lovely. I don't need none of this shit. Can you fuck off, mate? Appreciate it. Right, so that's what we got out of the base. And what are we going to get as our reward? We've already got an alteration bench, but we can take it apart. I guess we can take an attack speed attachment and put that on like the platinum hammer. We can swing it that much faster. Might as well. Right, let's go home and get some sleep. Try the next thing. We'll stop by the copper drill on the way home. See what that brought up. It's not going to be much. Oh, you know what? We should have brought a can of biofuel with us. It only had like a little tiny bit of fuel left in it yesterday when we emptied it. I forgot to go back and put a fresh can of oil in there. Thought as much. We'll have to put a fresh can of biofuel in that one. You want to get out of the way, mate? Not your base. Alright, we'll get rid of that steel spear. I hate spears. And we need the steel. We'll fill up that can and grab a fresh one. We do also need some more tree sap though, don't we? We might as well do that while we're here. And we'll destroy that because we've already got one of those. Copper nails, we can chuck that in there as well. What's that? Iron epoxy. Got ourselves another little beacon. We've got to remember to take some of those with us so that we can mark the caves in the underground system. Alright, then what have we got? Wayfarer. Yeah, we're only missing the chest piece, and we didn't make a single one of them. We just collected them from missions. Not that that's going to do us any good here, because that's more for desert than anything. Wait, don't I have a bed? Oh, I took it with me so that we could sleep in the cave, didn't I? There we go. Right, what do we have left? Alteration bench. We should repair our shit. Let's repair the platinum hammer. And we'll chuck this upgrade on there. What's the queen bee doing there? Oh, we can't put that on hammers. Oh, it's sledgehammers that we can put it on. All right, bet. I'll put it on my sledgehammer then. Miss Queen Bee, you're not supposed to be over there. You're supposed to be over here. We definitely need some more arrows. Right, there's our sledgehammer. Oh, we've got some. Alright, that goes there. Do we have any wood anywhere? Or do we use it all up? We used it all up already. Alright, let's go and chop some wood, shall we? We did get a nice upgrade of that as well yesterday. Nice platinum axe. Instead of the steel one that we had. Right now, it's a bit of a balancing act. Like, how much time do we put into the grind to get the base up and running, and what do we do for ourselves to get little extra luxuries? Because we now have the talent. Or at least I seem to remember we've got it. Yeah, we got the talent that allows us to make the Arctic armor. And we've got the polar bear. We've got the Arctic skins and we've got the polar bear vestige that we need to make it. But we'd have to unlock the advanced textiles bench. Or the electric textiles bench. To be able to make it. But then we're taking resources away from progress on the building materials. Right. Wait, what did I went out to get wood and I fucking forgot why I wanted the wood. This isn't why I wanted the wood. Why did I want the wood? I was in the middle of going to make something and I was like, oh, do we have wood? No, so we went and got some. Now I can't remember why. I'm fucked. It'll come to me soon enough. Hey, Nick. Welcome back, mate. Yeah, all good, mate. All good. And yourself? There's ups and downs. There's ups and downs, isn't there, mate? We've got to keep on keeping on, though. Yeah. Unfortunately, we did. Unfortunately, we did. We got another replacement, though. Right now, I'm trying to remember why I wanted to go out and get wood. Alright, while we try and remember, we'll go and put that can of fuel into the copper drill. We might as well do on the mount. It still needs to level up. Come on, mate. There we go. I know we needed tree sap. Could that have just simply been it? Tree sap. So we needed tree sap to both to make more concrete and get the biofuel running. It couldn't have been that simple. Seriously? You have to put me inside the mountain, dude. Not cool. Right, well, let's do that then, shall we? We'll get some tree sap on the go. Alright, that's that. How did our concrete go? Alright, so that's done. We've still got plenty of concrete mix. We just need some more rebar. And screws. Is that steel cooked up? It is most certainly. Oh! Because I wanted more arrows. Thank you, mate. Because I wanted more arrows and we didn't have any sticks to make arrows. There we go. Thank you, mate. That jogged my memory. Yeah, but we got wood. We can make sticks from wood. Okay, so Mr. Rebar is done. You can go in there. I'm going to need a little bit more room than that. Right. Let's make another stack of those. Oh, you idiot. Not floors, you tosser. Walls. But come to think of it, we could definitely use more. We could definitely use more glass too. Yeah, this ain't Twitch. This ain't Twitch. We got functions here, son. We don't get all bent out of shape like an ex-girlfriend when you want to stream in a better quality elsewhere and combine chats. We don't get worked up over things like that. We ain't Twitch, son. Alright, so glass is cooking. Yeah, I'm contemplating whether to go with the electric textiles bench. The problem is you can make the Arctic armor from the advanced textiles bench upwards, but I have to unlock that to be able to unlock that Arctic armor. So I have to waste a point there, even though I'm not going to make that, just so that I can get that armor piece. And then I have to use a point on the electric textiles bench where I'll end up making it. I want, if I'm gonna make one of them, I'm gonna make the highest tier one possible. Yeah, I'm not going to waste materials on making the substandard one when this is the one that we're going to want eventually anyway, so that we can make things like the composite and the Arctic survival armor. But you're forced to put a point into it because the other armors, the lower tiered armors, are connected to that. It would be nice to see them put... It seems kind of counterintuitive, but it would be nice to see them include these unlocks under this bench as well, because I'm sure there's a bunch of times people have gone through the same situation. Unlocking, even if they don't visually put it here, unlocking this should then give you access to these instead of also having to unlock that. In the same way that it should give you access to these, because you can make all of these on this as well. Yeah, but you can't make any of these on this, which is logical. But I know it's a very niche use case, but we're near to leveling up again anyway, so we are hard up for blueprint points, but we're not that hard up. Where are we? Yeah, about halfway. Right, let's get doing... Let's get doing another mission in the meantime, shall we? Down drone, medium. Where is it? Up there. Alright, so we're going to have to go on him so we don't waste time. And I do have the wooden building bits that I'll need for it. We've gotten doing these missions down to a science at this point. We've done so many of them, so many times over. Yeah, there's always something. The struggle is real. Oh, we've only got 2 floors. That's not cool. You're gonna get a sloped roof, mate. I can't afford to use both floors on your little hidey hole. Right, that's okay. Now let's get on with this, otherwise we're going to run out of time. We're losing a lot of arrows today. Well, let's go and get our boy. All right, what are we going to get this time? Ooh, crop plots. We got one.
Clear area.
Isn't that great? Well, one is more than none. Where'd the water go? Oh, there it is. There you go, mate. Have a drink. Good lad. Or good girl, should I say. Good girl. And you've leveled up a lot. Isn't that lovely? We've got the extra movement speed already. I'll max out the stamina regen. Alright, let's go and slap this into the farm, shall we? We'll put some more corn in this. We'll put this in the same corner as where the corn is. If we want to be making decent foods, we need the flour. And without wheat seeds, potatoes and corn are our only options. And potatoes grow here everywhere, so we grow corn. We might as well put an Old Glory over the fucking door. We make everything from corn. Otherwise known as a Star-Spangled Banner. Stay. Right, let's slap that down in the farm. And we'll plant some corn in it. Lovely jubbly. Oh, and we've got more to harvest. That's almost ready as well. Right, we don't really need the fertilizer right now. Although, if we unlock the other recipe for alternative gunpowder, we're going to want... Wait, where do we do that? We do... I think we do that in here, don't we, eventually? What do we get back if we destroy that? Nothing. Figures. Alright, that can go there. We could do with some more floors. Just so that we have extra on hand. Right, that concrete is done. We are going to need some floors. We might as well make a few. That 5. Let's make another 5. Don't want to go OTT on that. Right, you can grind away at some more of that. And we'll do another one of these. I'm just going to do the crazed creature. Every time I've taken farming, they've asked for something that I can't make because we don't have the seeds for it yet. Alright, come on, Annette. Another little adventure. Oh. That's better. We're nearly there. We're only... What's that? We're 26,000 away. That's not a lot. Depending on what level mission we do, that's 2.5 missions. Basically 3 missions and we're there. Of course it's a polar bear. Well, at least for once he's only got wolves protecting him. Alright, let's show this fucker who's boss, shall we? Don't want you getting involved. Come on, mate, come closer. My aim just it doesn't seem to be there today. Oh, that's you. Okay. Right, what are we getting now? Yet another load of bollocks.
Warning. Clear previous area. Oh yes, departing.
Well, let's clean up, shall we? That should get us the remaining points that we need. We skin everything that we killed, that'll get us there. Now we can get the electric textiles bench, because that's the one that we're going to make. So we also, I wouldn't mind having obsidian armor as well eventually. And we need to get that just so that we can take that. Oh, we took some decent talents, but the difficulty level also changes that. The fact that they're separately mission spawned can also make a difference sometimes. What are you doing, you weirdo? What that was in need of, I don't know. Right. We're going to be clearing everything off of that in a minute. Right, so we won textiles bench, electric textiles bench, so we need some more electronics. Where are you? There you are. Oh, we need more copper wire. All right. There you go. Have all the copper wire you want. We might as well make some more gold while we're at it. Lovely jubbly. Alright, now we just have to clear everything off of here. And this one isn't going to fit there because it is slightly bigger. Or... oh no, it's just deeper. Okay. There we go. Alright, let's hook that up. Lovely jubbly. And this has got a hell of a lot more space for storing things, which I like. That can go there. Okay, we've already got the arms, because we received that as one of the rewards in one of the other missions. So we don't have to make that. We need a chest piece, some legs, some feet, and one of those for a head. Hey, Timmy. Welcome back, mate. All right, and we'll put these on here as well, because we'll need them for making the rugs eventually. And we have a nice shiny new set of armor. Let's go and switch out this upgrade. We'll take that off of our cave worm armor. Chuck that on there. Looking a lot more Arctic appropriate. Well, that's our third set of armor. And we'll be in this bad boy for a while. Right, that's still doing its thing. Hey, Jonas. Welcome back. Right, and we have some more solo and other talent points to distribute. So let's get to that, shall we? Ooh. We can further increase our XP gain. These are the kinds of things that if you want to get early on, well, I say early on, mid-game-ish, they're going to give you a bit of a boost. I don't know. It's going to be nice and we're going to get there a bit quicker, but we're doing just fine. I don't want to kind of quote-unquote waste that, because past a certain point, it's not going to matter anymore. I think we'll get more active things that are going to give us a better fighting chance. Yeah, we'll max out the melee. And we've got 3 points here. Yeah, this is the shoot the breeze. That's the alternative recipe for using fertilizer to make gunpowder. And it's a step up from the one where you use salt and spoiled plants and what have you. It's way more efficient items wise and a hell of a lot quicker. But we need to get that. To get that. What else do we have? I don't care about genetics or husbandry. Oh, the swimming speed. We were thinking of getting that, weren't we? We're not really going to be coming and going from that thing all that often, I reckon. Stamina regen. Yeah, that's a global one. That might be a decent thing to max out. Let's just do that. Our stamina regens that much faster. Oh, and it's nearly 2 AM. Let's get some sleep, shall we? We could do with a bed. Right, we're going to have to wait until we level up again. Because I want to make a brutalist bed. I guess we'll just leave this here for now. Yeah, and the next level up we'll get the stupid creature deterrent as well. Seeing as we're not really using the biofuel for all that much, we'll go straight to getting the mid-tier one that runs off of biofuel instead of the one that runs off of spoiled meat. Alright, we'll charge that thing. seeing as we are a little bit more flush with resources now, we'll get ourselves an extra. Then all we have to do is switch it out whenever we get home. We're okay for food for the next few minutes. Let's do another mission, shall we? He's just going to the water for his morning drink. We'll leave him be. And a hard scan. Let's do that. Well, thankfully that's close. We don't have to go on the mount. It's probably going to be a good idea to do a quick game restart. It seems to be the thing lately. Not long into playing the game, our frames get pretty bad. I do a game restart and then we're okay for ages and ages and ages. Right, restart. If you get attacked from behind, it does block something as far as I'm aware. Like if you're just standing there all unawares and something attacks you from behind, it does do something as far as I'm aware. Like for the longest time, I never used to carry one because it just seems a bit counterintuitive. I'd rather get to know the animal's movements and kite it or tank it. I started carrying it a little while ago when we went for the achievement to block. I've done it, I think it was 5 or 10,000 damage you have to block. And it just kind of stuck and I just wear it now. I couldn't really recommend any, like in general. I've used it. I haven't used it for long enough to really know what the pros and cons are. I just make whatever that, like this one I didn't even make. We got this as a reward from one of the missions, so I was like, oh, I'll use it. On Mrs. Pouchman, I used the platinum one, even though we had the others unlocked. Latest Jonas, appreciate you stopping by, mate. We made the platinum one because I like the look of that the best when it's on your back. I've made various different ones over the years, but more often than not, it was just to see what it looks like. I'd barely ever used it. Like I've never
Well,
I've never actually actively used the shield in a fight the way that it's intended to be used, outside of simply tanking as much damage to get the achievements. Once I got the achievement, I didn't really care about it
here
anymore.
we are. You know what to do?
The vast majority of my playtime I spent without even touching a shield, so it's far from necessary. Where'd you come from, mate? Tenderized bear. Tasty. Alright, have that piece of shit back. Honestly, some of these rewards make me weep. That was a hard scan. Well, we have to do some cooking when we get home. Do you mind getting out of the way, mate? Oh, that's almost empty, is it? Okay. Well, let's put the things that we actually actively use over here instead. Like so. Don't need you in there. Alright, that can stay veg, but that's more of like storage. That's prepared stuff. Alright, let's go dump the rest of this, shall we? We need those for rugs. Crank out some more rope for experience. Brush up our bone. Don't need those right now. Right, is that it? That's everything? That's everything. Oh, we dug up some sand by mistake. Don't need that bollocks. Alright, let's get to some cooking, shall we? For storing meat, I prefer to keep the prime cuts, like the T-bone and the other steak, or the tomahawk and the T-bone, because you can turn them into more meat, so it saves you space. Oh, we don't have enough mushrooms. Let's remedy that, shall we? Come on, hurry up. There we go. Well, it is an easy one. We've got plenty of time to get there. We'll just go on foot. I can't believe we've gone this long after having done so many simple missions that we haven't got a single reward that gives us yeast or yeast seeds or tomatoes and tomato seeds. It's typical. Whenever you have certain things in abundance, yeah, then you'll get them as rewards in the mission all the time because you don't even need it. And when you really need something, then It acts like that's the rarest thing on the fucking planet. Bad boy. Alright, let's get our reward. I think I'm just going to go with the decorations. We can farm that easy. And we've got a decent amount of cured leather already. Alright, that'll do. That was quite a fucking fall. We're not too far away from leveling up again. One more mission. Well, actually, what's that? 30. Okay. They're hard missions, like 2 more missions and a bit of animal killing, and that should do it. Then I think we'll make a move on breaking ground at the new place. I have absolutely no idea what kind of a layout I'm gonna make. It's a very new spot for me. I've never built a base there before. I'll just have to wing it. Oh. Right, let's pick up the next one and see where we're going, shall we? Right, let's get to murdering. Unfortunately, that's an easy. We're only going to get 5,000 XP for that. Goes 5, 10, 15. Easy, medium, hard. Is it polar bear or mammoth? That's the question. Mammoth. Ended up being polar bear and mammoth. Alright, mate, you get to be useful for once. Yeah, help me take this home. I'd love to see an actual, like, properly useful reward for once. We haven't got any dirt in a while. Like, honestly, even fucking dirt would be useful right now. Just so that we could expand the farm. Or more crop plots. We did get that crop plot one earlier. Coal stacks to 100. As far as, like, metals go, I think that's the only one. No, aluminium. Aluminium stacks to 100. So that's only trophy, so that's trophy bench. Right, bedtime and next. Hopefully this next one will get us our next level. We could probably give ourselves a decent boost by making the interior wood stuff that we're going to need as well. keep shit crafting, and then we won't have to wait for it when we need it. We had the machining bench when the base got burnt down already, didn't we? I'm just wondering, like, did that take damage then or since? Because if it's since, then that's a problem. Not there, there. Alright, let's make a stack of those. Couple of those. Some of those. And then we'll have a little bit of everything for when we need it. No, well, I'm talking about when the house burnt down. That was long before the turbines. Right, where is it? It's not far. We might as well go on her. There you go, have something to eat and level up. There you go. Get you some more health. Are you thirsty as well, are you? There you go. We'll go this way, then we can empty out the copper drill again. It's about time we go visit the iron drill too. If we go there, we might as well take a can of fuel, because that's definitely empty by now. Couldn't possibly have given me some things that I don't actually have already, could you? Don't need, already have, don't need, already have. So trying to get stuff through these missions is a proper fucking grind. It just seems endless almost. Can end up being a little bit frustrating. Yeah. Well, technically we are going to use that, so we might as well put that there. Do you mind? You know what we could do with there? a nice glass door instead of the wooden one. Let the light in. Alright, next. As far as I'm aware, the difficulty on the watchtower just determines how high you have to build it. It took my water again. When we went to make something, probably the pastries, the bench took my water. We might get there with wooden posts. Let's have a look. Where's my ladders? Oh, they're in there as well. I'm not going to be able to get another one up there, I don't think. That might just be enough. If we pull the bottom up slightly, I think that'll just be enough. We need some more ladders to get there. Jesus Christ. That was enough. I gasped in shock. I didn't sneeze, but thank you. But I give up.
Preparing to ascend. OES departed.
Oh, I'll grab a can of fuel. I'll go and grab my fucking... No, where is my canteen? Which one of you grabbed it off of me? Did we put it in a bag by mistake somehow? Oh, that thing wanted water. We've got a water pump. Is that even connected? What the hell is going on there? It was blue. So it was saying providing. That didn't look very connected to me though. Right. Chuck you in there. Put our backup tea away. That goes there. Right. You know, the hard something. Can't make any of those because we don't have the unlock. Right, let's go and let's go and empty the iron drill and stop by the build site. So we can get an idea of what we're working with. Sorry, mate. There it is. We'll go through the cave to get there. That's not the right one. Come on, mate. Time to go for a swim. Oh, come off it, mate. Right, so there's a shelf there, but even that's got 2 levels to it. Stay there, you're a marker. Yeah? Don't move. Trying to get an idea for like dimensions. I think we'll have the main base area here, where we have general crafting. So I always, one thing I tend to do is I underestimate how much space I'll want, or how much space I'll need for that, because I forget things like I barely ever make foundries and whatnot, like the big shit, and I forget about that, and I set the place up and I'm like, oh shit, now where am I going to put this and where am I going to put that? We'll have a fireplace there with a chimney. There'll be a double wide staircase leading up there to the next level. Only question is, yeah, we'll have the floor of that next level a little bit off of this, and then we'll just use whatever empty space. So just the floor will be at that level. So the floor will be more or less where we're standing here. I just need that there for like a height gauge. And then we'll probably freehand place some things that enclose some of that rock. So we at least have like a usable shelf on there between the floor and the ceiling. Maybe even a quasi-mezzanine. So we could have stairs, landing, stairs, and then off that landing you go into there. And then like the kitchen / dining living room with a trophy area. And probably a stacked garden like we did on some of the other bases will be up there, where there'll be a glass floor so you can see the lava underneath. And then that area will just be like bedroom and extra machines that we can't put here, like the foundry, like the bio cleaner. Do we even need a bio cleaner here? If we get miasmic tools, we do. Because it's not needing anything. If you're not doing anything that needs water, it's idle. It's got water connected, it's just not doesn't happen to be using it at the time. Yeah, not every recipe needs the water, mate. There are only certain recipes that need the water. Then when it needs it, it can take it. It's just saying it's connected. I'm just not using it right now. All right, one thing we do want to use the concrete foundation for is blocking in the side, but we're going to need to place some floors to know what to work off of. Not every machine. The things that it speeds up are the composters, whether it's the lower tiered or the tier 4 one, and the cement and the cement mixer. The other things that require water are actually for part of a recipe, like the glass making bench. You can connect water to it just to make it easier, because making reinforced glass needs water. So instead of putting it in containers, you can pipe it in. And the same thing with the furnaces. Instead of having to put the water in that you need to make clay and other things, you pipe it in. Same thing. If a recipe calls for water, it'll take the water from the piping instead of the container. Yeah, we need to start that a bit further back, I think. If we have stairs here. Yeah, both of them dig into the rocks a bit too much already. Oh, and it's completely the wrong angle as well. Should have been looking at what I'm doing over here. Keep putting it in down and damn near the exact same fucking place. That might be good enough. We're going to need lots of support. I'm thinking we do a glass floor here as well, floating out over the edge. We can hold it up with diagonal pillars. So then, right. So what do we need? So to make it look neat, four, six, so we need roughly 10 more foundations. This is all just placeholder so I can map it out. It's going to be interior wood here. Right, so we need 10 more of those. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Call it 10. So that's 10, 20, 10, 20, 30. We're going to need interior wood elsewhere anyway, so that's at least 40. It's going to be hella glass. I want glass going up. That's 1, 3. So we'll have glass there and there. Call it 30 plus the curved elements. Right, let's get the other basic bits done. Over here, mate. Come on. Right, now we know what other materials we need and what direction we're headed. I mean, that's still only a start. That's probably like less than a quarter of what we're going to need for the base layout. It doesn't include walls, interior shit. What we could really do with is stepping it up to start getting composites made. So we could get an advanced battery at home. That drill isn't far enough away that I would have I wouldn't have a problem with running a cable to it. If we had composites, so we could make an advanced battery and a solar panel, then we could switch out that copper drill for an electric drill as well, because we're barely getting a trickle. And I'm going to have to switch out the can again. Hey, this is not your room. What's your name? Hooch. Stay. Oh, we've got a shitload of honey there that I didn't even realise. Let's get some sleep. Right, that goes there. That goes there. Right, so we need at least 10 more of those. And we're going to need to start pumping our steel into this. That's one way to put it. And we are going to need to get I can never remember which one's which. It's just experience and playtime, mate. You can't compare. Like, I play this almost as a fucking living, well, as I don't actually live off of it, but you know what I mean. Like, at least 10 hours a day. That's the gold. Where was the silica? That was the one downstairs, wasn't it? One thing I've had many years of experience in, just sitting on my fat ass. I'm very good at it. I basically wake up whenever I wake up, shower, brush my teeth, coffee if I remember to make one, sit down here, check my YouTube, check emails, get ready for the stream, have something to eat, which isn't sitting here, but it's also sitting, start the stream while I'm working, so I'm sat here, and then when I'm done, I go upstairs and go to bed. I spend 98% of my day in this chair. And I've been working at this company now for... This is the 9th year. Nearly a decade. I was a lot more active for years before that. I've already got all of that out of my system. I spent nearly 3 years working in Holland, 2 years working in Africa. I was in the army. I worked on a beach for 3 years where I was the site manager, so I was walking around the beach the entire day. Basically my work uniform was a wife beater and sandals and a Leatherman on my belt. I really enjoyed that. That's probably one of the better things I've done out of all of it. So now I'm happy just to be sat still for a little while. I think that might be a bit overkill on as far as the glass is concerned, but I'd rather have more. Especially seeing as we've got a silica drill. If we need to make more concrete, which it looks like we're going to need to do shortly. Right, so that's that. That's one side of the wall. I haven't looked at it yet on purpose. When things like this are like in the... Oh, it's more than excited, mate. More than excited. I've been in love with that game since the first time I ever got eaten by a Reaper Leviathan. It's fucking amazing. More than excited, but I haven't had a look at the new stuff on purpose. I tend to try and stay away so that I've got cleaner eyes going into it. I don't want to spoil any of the surprise. Like they've been putting out those whatever the fuck they called them. Not dev blogs. What were these things that they called in the Subnautica update channel? They had like a series. Oh, I don't want to jinx it. Yeah, touch wood. I don't want to jinx it. It's not. It's. I've seen little bits and bobs of it. Yeah, so I know it's going to be something very familiar. It's more the certain buildings, and the mechanics and the story that I'm more interested in. I know as far as like gameplay wise, if it's even half as good as the original and Below Zero, it's going to be a banger. I'm going to love it. I just don't want to. I don't want to spoil any of the lore. In games like that, the story part is damn near just as important as the rest of it. The rest of it keeps you there in the long run. That gives you more replayability, depending on what the resource gathering and building mechanics are like. But on a first playthrough, it's all about getting into the story, and I don't want to spoil any of that. But yeah, they've been doing this, the dive into the legacy, some video podcast kind of deal that they've been putting out week on week, and putting out dev vlogs. They had one about building bases and whatnot, and they had all sorts of things that they were posting during development. And I've got the Subnautica updates channel on my Discord, but I didn't open any of it on purpose because I don't want to spoil any of it. I enjoyed it, and it was a nice little offshoot. It wasn't a full-on sequel to Subnautica, obviously. This is why they framed it in a different fashion, but it had overlap. Like, some of the characters had links to the characters from the original, and it was like, even if you hadn't played the original, it was a decent standalone game in both its mechanics and the story. I enjoyed it. Right, and if that's... Oh yeah, I wanted to make one of these, because I keep forgetting which one's which. That gives you that, okay, and it also gives you the end piece. Alright, so we need at least 11 of these. So we're going to have to wait for quite a bit more glass to get cooked up. So we'll do some of this while we wait. And we have another talent point. No. These mastery ones would be nice to have, but we'd have to put another 2 points on top of into this tree on top of this one. Because that extra movement speed and all the different, like the cold resistance there in the Arctic, health regen, water consumption, these can be useful in other areas. Yeah, we'll put that in there. And then we'll put 2 in there. That'll get us the rank that we need. And then we'll be able to get these. I'm not familiar with that, mate. I wouldn't be able to say yes or no. I never played Borderlands, and I never played the Tales of Borderlands. That entire world was a bit foreign to me, to be quite honest. It never really caught my attention. I watched the Borderlands movie, and it seemed fun. A lot of people said it was a load of shit in comparison to the game, and didn't do it any justice whatsoever, but I wouldn't know because I'd never played it. I had more than a decade-long step away from general AAA and all the big indie names as far as gaming goes. I switched to using Mac not long before I first went to Africa, and I basically stayed on that for a very, very, very long time, and basically the only thing I played like 98% of my gaming was Minecraft for a decade. It was when I got the new computer and I started streaming when I came back to normal AAA and good indie games, which was about 5 years ago at this point. I didn't play Last of Us either. I enjoyed the show. There's a couple of things in it that I really didn't like, but there's no point in hashing that out. It's all done and dusted. I watched it. It was some fun. I rather liked Fallout. I played the shit out of Fallout back in the day, all of them, like the original 2 and the DLCs, 3, 4, New Vegas, the whole works. So I'm very familiar with the lore of that, and I rather like the TV show that Amazon did. Little bit of both. The original build was pre-build, simply because at the time it was when the graphics card prices just initially went crazy, and I was holding out for the longest time in the hopes that the prices would go down, and of course, you know, it barely did, and I was shopping around for ages and ages to see, you know, what kind of a build I could put together, and I happened across a pre-build that had a 3070 in it, and a decent, 32 gigs of RAM, and I spec'd it out. Yeah, I had a look at what was it. I had a look at what was in it, and I went to the usual suspects where I'd normally get my bits to price it out, and it was barely a little bit more expensive. Well, it was cheaper than if I were to buy the bits myself. No, if you don't take into consideration the graphics card. If the graphics card I could buy at what the original normal price was, then it was priced really well. I got it from what in Europe is a pretty big box store. So they have the power of volume purchasing. So then they push the prices down in other areas. That it came out round about what I would have been able to put it together for had the prices of video cards been normal. But seeing as at the time the price of video cards was ridiculous, it actually in essence worked out cheaper than the way than how I would be able to build it. And since then I changed that video card out and expanded the RAM and put some more SSDs in there. I always used to build my PCs because it's the cheaper way to go, and then you can spec things way more specifically. But I went with that pre-build because it was such a good offer and it had some decent bits in it. Right, bear with me, I've had a customer request come in. Making the donuts comes first. You guys get a little bit of Icarus ASMR while I take care of business. So you guys know the drill. Pet the wife, kiss the dog, stretch your legs. I've been looking at upgrading it again. Like, it's only been about 8-9 months since I did the upgrade, if that. I did it just a couple of months before Christmas, I think. Yeah, about eight or 9 months ago. And now that the price, well, here at least, the prices of RAM aren't actually ridiculously high, that the video cards are still a bit of a problem. I've been looking at putting together another setup, and then I'd play on that and get a capture card and then keep this one. Well, depending on what video card I could get for that within a decent budget, I might put the 3070 back in this one and use the 5070 Ti in the new build and put a capture card in this one, and then I'd play on that and stream off of this. So then I'd be able to get more out of it. Yeah, because when I just play, bloody hell, that storm's really going to town, isn't it? When I just play on this computer, whether in 4K with RTX, I get probably about 75% better performance. When I stream, my frames come down. If I turned RTX off right now, streaming, I'd still be able to get about 100 frames. Turning RTX on halves that. Yeah, so I get anywhere between 40 and 60. And I can't even record. So the only record I have of anything that's happening here is the stream. If I wanted to make any kind of a video, I wouldn't be able to, because I'd literally have to download the 12-hour stream to be able to cut anything from it. But that's the shittest way of going about it. Nor if I had a different setup, then I'd be able to record while playing and streaming at this quality as well. So I'd have footage to be able to make things from. I don't make too many videos. Yeah, right now I'm getting 45 frames. And that's smooth. That's smooth. Yeah, when things slow down a bit and it gets a bit choppy, it's probably jumping between like 15 and 30. Right now we're getting 45 frames. Sitting still in the middle of the base. 4K RTX turned on. If I stop the stream, then the frames will probably go up to at least double. At least double. If I turned RTX off, it would go even higher. I wanted to leave RTX on because it does make a significant difference. Yeah, but that was 130 without RTX on. That was 130 without RTX on. Since I turned RTX on, it's a massive difference. And I wanted to have that on because it makes a lot of difference when you go into caves, which is the main reason why I wanted to play here, because of all the underground exploring with like the lava caves and everything. It makes a massive difference in the look of everything. All right, bear with me a sec. I can't get my work done and chat at the same time. Bear with me. Should be relatively simple. It's only a small box. Not stackable bullshit for a fucking 6 kilo box. Okay. Uherski Brod. All that 300 kilometers. Hey, Fixer. Welcome back, mate. Not much. It's been same old, same old. Doing simple missions and gathering some resources. We just recently got to the point where I'd start to plan out the new base. So you got here just in time. Let's do flash, zoom, and express. Give me a second, mate. It's basically the same. Uh, 42760. Yeah. Right, and we get a file. Right, that's that done. 02406. Yeah, I think I've used them in the past. I used them quite a bit in the past when I was in the beginning when I didn't have access to higher tiered workshop stuff. If you've got the money and you don't mind spending it on it, then it's useful. It's a good upgrade, but if you're relatively close to getting in-game stuff, then it's not really worth it. Because then you're going to continue spending money on it down the line to repair it. In the long run, you're going to end up with a bunch that you're just never going to use unless you just call them down on prospects every so often just to use them as betas. Yeah, you'll end up using the Icarus, what was the name of I can't remember the name of the one that was the Viridian, the one that gives you the frozen ores, and the other one, the miasmic one, as far as workshop picks go. The lower tier ones just end up being stuff at the bottom of your junk drawer. It's nice now, you'll get use out of it now, but if you can forego using it, then just skip it until you can get better and use what you can actually make on the surface. You save yourself some money, some space in your workshop inventory. Then go for that. I mean, if you've got everything you need to get titanium, then just get titanium and save your money for something better in the workshop. Like when I start a normal open world, when it's, you know, I'm not doing any of this challenge crap where we don't take anything with us. My basic loadout is from the Icarus lineup, a pick, a knife, and an axe, all from the Icarus. A set of Nanio armor, a backpack that kind of fits whatever it is I'm going to be doing. Usually I'll just go straight with the ion backpack because it has the good electroshock thing that slows down big animals. And a workshop canteen and a workshop oxygen bottle that I filled on a previous prospect and sent up to orbit, so I have a full oxygen bottle and a full canteen from the get-go. But that's just to get me started, so I have something that I can mine all of the highest tier ores with. Until I can make my own replacements. I mean, I know it's cheap. Yeah, a repair, whether you do it in the workshop or you buy the actual repair bag, it's $10 a repair. But still, if I don't even have to spend that $10, then that's great. I'm a bit weird when it comes to consumables from the workshop, I have to admit. Like, I know I've got the money sitting there, so I could use it for whatever I want. But there's things like the inhalers and other random things that people seem to buy a lot of that I don't really see any utility in getting whatsoever. I've never used them, and I've more than been able to do everything I need to do. It's just another little trinket to spend the money on. It's why I don't really go out of my way to gather stupid amounts of resources when it comes to money at Exo. I go through the motions and I gather it because it's what we do. But as far as like gear wise goes, there's other than the top tier armor set that we just got with the Elysium, the one that you need the uranium for. Outside of that, there's nothing in the workshop that I long after, and I only have maybe 30% of the stuff unlocked. I have more than enough money. I could go through and unlock research everything. I just don't care to because I think it's a waste. I'd rather get set up and be able to make it on the planet. I like the modability of that stuff. The fact that you can put all the different kinds of upgrades on the armor and the tools. Right, so that's that. And then it really depends on how far we want to take. If we're going to have a ledge... Oh, we need more steel. Yeah, we need to do another little bit of... we need to do another little bit of a mining run. Well, I appreciate that, mate. I try and share my experience. Like, if I don't know something, I'll say I don't know. Like, if there's a lot of things. I've got a lot of hours in this game, but there's a lot of things that I haven't touched because I simply don't care to do it. And then I won't talk about that. Yeah, someone that has done that kind of stuff can talk to it. But you know, I might know some things just based off of what I've seen other people do with it and like what I know it does. But if I haven't physically, yeah, exactly. If I haven't physically done it myself, I'm not going to talk about it and make an ass out of myself. Where is... the foundry. We don't need composites for that. So we could step all the way up to titanium tools ourselves. We don't need composites for that either, thankfully. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Alright, what do we need? We need 5 titanium plates. I think I'm just gonna put wood over this. So we've got room for the foundry. That should physically be able to hold it. That's not annoying at all, is it? Alright, and what upgrade do we have on our platinum pick? That's the attack speed. 'Cause that's basically all we had. I haven't unlocked any of the upgrades yet. The only reason we have any of it is because of what we got in the simple missions rewards. We'll keep the platinum for shit like stone, and then we'll go nuts collecting some iron so we can make some steel with the titanium. Once we get our shit together, base and machines wise, we could even go as far as use the trick that Nick mentioned, and that's bring an Ubis down and kill it to get miasma, and then we can use the miasma to make a miasmic pick, get even more resources. So I do have an Ubis in orbit that I've tamed before, and I've never used it since. We might as well get some use out of it. Well, let's get some sleep. We need copper. We might as well mine it all, eh? I mean, it's XP. There's no point in leaving it there. If you've got evergreen, and there's all the other stuff aside, what are you growing in crop plots or in mounds? If you're growing in mounds, they're single use. You make a mound, you plant something, and you harvest it, and that's it, and you have to make the mound again and replant. If you're growing in a crop plot and you have evergreen and they're dying, then it's something bugged. Evergreen is supposed to keep them regardless of how many... Keep them fresh regardless of how long you leave it there and whether you've harvested it before or not. If it depends on which ones you're talking about, mate. Is it Great Hunt stuff? You should unless if it's Great Hunt stuff, then you can only if they're Great Hunts things, then you can only pick a certain direction. Once you've picked one direction to go in, the others are locked out in that instance of the open world. And you have to start a fresh open world to go in the other direction. They did it on purpose. It's baked in replayability. Yeah, you have to do Olympus 3 times, Styx 3 times, and Olympus and Prometheus twice. If you want to do all of the missions, all of the different directions that you can go in. If it's not Great Hunts, then the only thing I can think of is you don't have the right upgrade in your contact device. Because different maps have different levels of mission. The baseline contact device will only let you do so many of them. And then you have to put in the infrasonic relay or the other relay. I can't remember what the name of it is. Then you get to see they'll open up the other missions. Otherwise, they're locked out to you. You have to craft an item in game that you put inside of the contact device. The level of the character doesn't matter. The level of the character doesn't matter. Like even and one thing some people don't understand, you guys might not, you might know this, but some people skip by it. Even though Francis Frostfall is on this open world or this outpost right now, I don't have to get in my dropship to go back to orbit to use this same character to start anything else. I could start an open world on every single one of the maps and start an outpost on every single one of the outposts and leave him there physically and never leave, but still use the same character everywhere. So you're not tied by anything in that regard. The only missions I remember ever being locked out by anything are, like I said, the relay upgrades, but you say you've got them all, or on the Great Hunts where it gets you to choose which way you want to go on the tree. Other than that, you should be able to do it. It's just a matter of unlocking the previous ones as you go along. We're gonna want probably at least... How many can we make? Well, we need more than that, so we'll get it making that for now. Like, I'd go to the contact device and look to maybe jog my memory, but there's no point because I can't see anything on an outpost on the contact device. It just says operations are unavailable. I can't select that to look at it. Oh, and we still have a who's and a what's it, don't we? A build quest that I started that I never went to finish. Well, we've got a bunch of stuff cooking up now. We'll leave all of that to get done and go and do that mission, eh? I forgot that. Come on, mate. We've got to go do some building. What do you reckon to that? Where are we going? East.
Danger. OES departing.
Ouch.
Warning. Clear immediate area.
Some of those rewards are just flabbergasting. Well, we do have the contact radio. We might as well stay mobile. You want to gear your foods towards being in the snow as well, or your food towards being in the snow as well. I don't know what kind of a character build you have. There are certain storms even I won't brave in the snow, regardless of what armor I've got on. There are some things you just have to get into a cave or make a hut and hunker down in, or if you're on a tame, make your way to another biome to get out of it. Past a certain point, you shouldn't really be dying to weather, especially if you've already got composite armor. And composite isn't the end all be all. It's not particularly great as far as the whatchamacallit, as far as heat and cold resistance goes. There's other armors that are more spec'd into that for a reason. If you want something that's at least that's similarly tough to composite but not quite as tough and is more snow specific, then go for the Arctic one, the Arctic Explorer. Yeah, I don't have the recipes for any of those things, so we're going to have to wait for another 10 minutes. Make sure you always have some sort of a warm beverage. Yeah, the only thing I was able to make here was the honey water, because we physically can't get anything else unless I buy the seeds from the workshop. But even the honey water's a good option, and then you've got things like drinking vodka or tequila that gives you extra temperature resistance. You've got to tailor all of the things to work together in the extremes, be it the desert or the Arctic. You want to take a look at the foods, mate. You want to take a look at the foods, and more importantly, the drinks. Things like tequila, or if you don't have access to the things that you need to make tequila, then there's vodka. And I don't know off the top of my head. I go to the bench and mouse over them and see what benefits they give me, and then I tailor it to whatever I need to do at the time and what I have available to me. Yeah, we want the Phoenix thing. And we want health regen as well, so we might as well go around this way. Oh, you're thirsty, are you? Oh, sorry, my bad. Here, have something to drink. There you go. Oh, you're on the console. Yeah, then you're gonna need things like beer and wine. Yeah, you guys don't have vodka and tequila. Tequila you need. For tequila you need agave, and that's Dangerous Horizon stuff. And for the vodka you need potatoes, and that's New Frontiers. I believe potatoes and New Frontiers. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't have those, if you're on console, then beer and wine's about your only option that can possibly do anything. Like I can't remember all of the different things. Like I just tried. There's a number of different avenues you can go to increase your resistance to anything. You've got your enviro suit. You just start from the simplest thing to the most complex thing. You've got your enviro suit. You've got the armor. Yeah, if you really want extra, then you get some very biome specific armor and just switch it out. Then you've got your modules. Yeah, I don't. Well, we'll be back at the OEI in a minute, and I can have a look. I don't know if you guys on console even have access to the heat and cold resistance buff module. No, you don't have access to that either. Yeah, I'd say I would have said go with that because I've got one of those on as well. That gives me an extra 10% heat and cold resistance. But that's basically the only thing that you can get for that. Do you guys have this? You guys have New Horizons? I'm not familiar with. Okay, then if you have it, then you can do that. So yeah, you start from the bottom. Enviro suit, armor, tailor it to whatever your specific need is. Switching it out is going to be a necessity. There isn't a one size fits all covers everything solution. Then you've got your modules. So if you guys have access to that, then you can use that. Then you go to your foods and your drinks, and there isn't really anything else you can do. You just cover your bases from multiple different fronts. Yeah, you've got all of your different teas, cocoa, coffee. Yeah, and the exposure is if you're literally getting to the point where you're dying from cold, then don't just look at what increases your temperature. Look at what increases your exposure resistance. Yeah, so that's got an extra 15% on exposure resistance, for example. Yeah, once you get cold, if you're in a storm or something. So, what do you mean 50% hypothermia resistance? Did they even name them differently in the console? Ah, you're talking about this one. No, I'm talking about the suit conditioning module. Those are both New Horizons. If you guys have this one, you should have this one as well. Yeah, there's one that specifically gives you 10% heat and cold resistance. The hypothermia, hyper and hypothermia resistances, all that does is it increases how long, once you actually get cold, yeah, then some algorithm based on certain RNG and what stats you have, which is really complexly put together with what you're eating, what you're wearing, and all the different things. A countdown will start that's partially based on RNG as to how long it will take you to get hyper or hypothermia. And the only thing that's doing is increasing how long it takes to get it. Yeah, but the other one, yeah, the heat and the cold resistance, if you take a look at where can I go there? Yeah. So if you look in the bottom left, you've got the little blue and the red. You've got the overall bar. You've got your blue on the left, your cold on the left, and your heat on the right. And then those little blue and red things you see inside, yeah, is what your heat and cold resistance limits are. That's changed by what armor you have on. Yeah, and what other things you currently have affecting you. So what foods you've eaten, what modules you have on, and what things that you've eaten and drank. So if I take all of that, if I take all of my armor off, yeah, you see the blue and the red is completely changed. Yeah, so and the one that moves is what the current temperature is. Yeah, so when it gets cold, it goes to the left. When it gets warm, it goes to the right. And what you're doing in decreasing or increasing the size of that blue or red area is just it's a visual representation of what you're doing to increase or decrease your resistance to cold. So because this armor is good in the cold but terrible in the heat, the cold area is tiny and the heat area is big, so I don't have to heat up quite so much to already start overheating. Yeah, but because the blue area is so much smaller, I can get a lot colder before I actually start taking any damage or having something bad happen. And it's that you want to be reducing the size of that area to get your actual cold resistance up as much as possible. Base cold resistance. The other things that affect hypothermia and exposure in particular, they're different things. The exposure resistance is when it's a storm, you're cold, that there's nothing you can do about it. You're completely cold, and then the little bar pops up in the middle of the screen that slowly starts to go up, where it says once the bar fills up, it says exposure, and you start taking damage. Your exposure resistance just changes how quickly that bar will fill, and then how much damage you take once it's full. That's it. In both ways, whether it's heat or cold. Yeah, and like I said, anything that's in relation to hyper or hypothermia, again, is just helping you extend the amount of time it will take you to get one or the other once you're in that danger zone already. What you want to be doing is concentrating on making your baseline protection as high as possible, so you need to be in a much more dire situation for you to even be in the danger zone. That's what we all do, mate. That's what we all do. Like, you don't see me doing it very often, simply because we're not playing those kinds of maps, and now mounts are a thing. Because mounts are a thing, more often than not, I'll just run to another biome to cross over where in all likelihood there isn't going to be a storm, and I'll just weather it there. If you don't have a mount and you have to hunker down, that's exactly what everyone does. Yeah, I get used to carrying around these building elements on purpose. It's force of habit. Put down a floor, put down 4 walls, slap up a roof above me, and that's it. And as long as you've got a hammer on you, even if it takes damage from the storm, you can just repair it to be able to pick it up again. That's basically the way everyone goes about it. You either, if you don't want to leave the biome in a storm, you have to get in a cave or hunker down. There's no catch-all. There's no like perfect setup with modules and armor and foods and this. You are always going to get too cold or too hot. There's no two ways about it. There's no perfect set of armor that's just going to let you walk through a storm like it's not even there. It doesn't exist. Oh, and we ran out of coal. Yeah, okay, but one, that's Elysium, and that's tier 5. That's a bit different, but okay, yeah, you got me there. I forgot about the resurgent. Technically, yes. Technically, yes. Mate, we didn't have pouches. We didn't have pouches for a very, very, very long time. Yeah, we didn't have pouches for a very long time. We went through the exact same struggles of playing with the limited inventory space and having to make do with certain things, just as you guys are right now. We have the patches, the pouches now, so we're lucky. But that's a luxury that came way later. We went through the exact same struggle of having to deal with the inventory space that we have. If you've got a problem with inventory space, then again, look at your enviro suit. Get something that's going to give you as many. Get as many suit inventory slots as possible. Get the Patcher and the Patcher 2 module. Yeah, get the Patcher 2 because that's going to give you 6. And if you're crafting armor, then to be quite honest, just forego things like plating, yeah, to get extra physical resistance, and put the pockets upgrades on it. Get the pockets 2 on all of them, and wear a backpack that gives you 12 slots, and you'll have so many inventory slots, you'll literally have to scroll through the inventory to see everything. Yeah, the aluminum stuff is your best bet. And if you want to play in that fashion, then really, yeah, just maximizing the amount of inventory space you have with things like pockets, using as light a weight building material as you possibly can, and maybe think of speccing into certain talents that will reduce the weight of the building pieces. Like, that's one thing I had on my original character. In the habitation, I think there's... Was it in the habitation or in solo? No, I think it's in habitation. Yeah, here it is. In habitation. Yeah, it's only good for wood, stone, or concrete, but you can take these talents and then it decreases the carry weight of them. Yeah, if you get these two maxed out, you're reducing the carry weight of concrete building pieces by 40%. So where are my concrete building pieces? Yeah, and we're only talking about two floors and 4 walls. Yeah, okay, you're probably better off going with wood in whatever biome you're in. I mean, the game is put together in this fashion for a reason, to make you think about what you're carrying around. $36, 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36. Yeah, that's... You've got nowhere near as many as you can get, mate. Yeah, there's a backpack that gives you 12 extra slots instead of 6. Yeah, so you'd have another row already, so that would be 42. And if you put pockets on everything that can have pockets on it, then you'll have... Or, sorry, pockets too. Yeah, then you're going to have another two rows. There are three different armor pieces you can put pockets on. Then what is it? 36, 42, 48. Then you'd have 54. If you put pockets on everything that can have pockets, and you carry it, and you have a backpack with the patcher 2, with the patcher 2, yeah, then you'd get up to 54 slots. That's a lot of slots. Like, what was I in the middle of? We just came back from doing a mission that we couldn't complete, so we have to wait out. Oh, it's already over. Okay. What do you want from me now? Iron ore. My most precious resource, really? That we don't have any of right now. Alright, let's quickly go to another cave. Come on, mate. These cunts want some iron ore. They might as well be asking for blood. It's all good, mate. We all went through it in the beginning. We didn't have all of these luxuries on PC in the beginning. We went through the same kind of struggles. Might as well get what we can while we're here. We do need all of this. Like, bottom line, they've balanced everything relatively well. And it's all done like that on purpose to make you make compromises. It's the nature of the beast. Like, you can min-max, but you can only push things so far. Let's just hope the console developers don't do the same thing that Rocketworks did and was brick the game on a couple of occasions. Yeah, no, I got that. Like, I'm never going to let them forget this, because it was an epically stupid mistake. And it was one thing that they learnt a lot from, thankfully. At the very first Christmas after release, just before Christmas, an update came out, and among other things, they tweaked the settings on the extractors, yeah, for the purple exotics. And right now, like back then, you were able to put 2 or 3 extractors on a vein. Yeah, there was different types of veins. Some took 2, some took 3. And on average, if you put, let's say you take a vein that you can put 2 extractors on, it would take you about an hour and a half. Yeah, roughly, because also the amount of exos varied a lot more than it does now. Like, you could get anything as bad as like 200, but on some veins, especially with 3 extractors, it would go all the way up to like 600. So there was a lot more variability. It's not as standard as it is now. But if you average it all out with 2 extractors, it would take you about an hour and a half to extract the vein fully. And the devs literally just made a typo in one of the settings before pushing the update, before the Christmas holidays, where everyone went on holiday. And they bricked the fucking extractors to the point where I tested it. I wanted to see what it would do. And with 2 extractors, instead of taking, you know, an hour and a half, it took me more than 8 IRL hours to fully extract one vein, because the extractors ran so slowly because of a fucking typo mistake they made in pushing in before they pushed the update. And that's all well and good if they fix it, but that shit stayed like that for nearly 8 weeks until after the new year, when they all came back from their fucking Christmas and New Year's holiday. So for nearly 2 months, the game, the core mechanic of the game, the way in which you got your main exotic currency, was fucking that basically bricked to the user, because who the fuck is going to sit there for 8 hours for an entire goddamn work shift to get some fucking exotics out of the ground? And then they came back, fixed it on like their first day back with a hotfix patch, and they were all like, "Oh, my bad." You don't get to live that down with a "oh, my bad." And since then, whenever there's an update coming out before some significant holiday, they'll push the update sooner, and they'll always have someone on duty for like the next 2 or 3 days, that if something does need patching, that person's there and available to get it done. But had that shit not happened, then they'd still be doing things the way that they used to. But like I always say, credit where credit's due. At least they learnt from that, and they made it into a positive to actually improve their internal processes. Oh, lilies! At fucking last!
Preparing to ascend. OES departing.
Oh, I had lilies. Here I am all happy about lilies, and I already had lilies. Alright, well, now we've got a little bit more. At least we got a little bit more copper. Chuck that in there, and we've got some more of that as well. Can chuck that in there. And we've got yet another beacon that we can use to mark things. Right, bedtime. Everything that's come out, other than Prometheus, everything that's come out since Olympus has been much smaller. If you take a look, at the operation, the mission tree, yeah, Olympus has got 64, yeah, and you have like less than a third of that on Styx, yeah, and you've got maybe roughly the same on Prometheus, and then even fewer on Elysium. As time's gone on, whenever they release a new map, the missions you get to do there have always seemed to be decreasing by a pretty big margin. I'm not expecting them to push out every single map with just as many operations as Olympus had in the beginning, but they should at least be doing some work on expanding it to get it closer. If I remember correctly, one of the maps has only like 17 in comparison to the 64 that Olympus has. Once you get to a certain point, expanding on the content that you have in existing locations can be just as important as adding completely new shit. As far as we're concerned, a new mission is completely new shit. Same location, but if they do something similar to what you a couple of the missions you have to do in the Great Hunts, then they can really make a particularly varied, interesting group of missions. Here I'm thinking about the mission where you have to take a tissue sample from one of the garganutans, and then you have to actually use the in-game items to process that item and turn one thing into the next, into the next, into the next, in a timed fashion, and then you end up with like a processed sample that you have to send back up to orbit. It's the only mission of its kind in the entire game, and it's probably one of the most fun. And why they don't make more like that, I don't know. The problem is hard. Like the difficulty is so relative. As a new player, you're gonna have a hard time with Olympus. Yeah, there's plenty of shit there that's gonna fuck you up. Be it polar bears, certain world bosses, it doesn't really matter. Once you've got a certain level of experience and you've got a bunch of stuff unlocked, so you're not going into the new areas as green as you were when you first started Olympus. Like, if you're not starting a fresh character on every single map and you just play through with the same character, then by the time you get to doing Styx, yeah, even though it's another step up in difficulty, it's not going to seem as hard as going through the motions on Olympus was for the first time. So it's really kind of relative. If you're completely fresh and you're relatively inexperienced, then the hardest thing to do would be Elysium. Yeah, or Prometheus because of the null sector. But once you've got a decent amount of experience behind you and you've got a level 60 character with like at least 90% of the things that you can make on the tech tree unlocked, there isn't really anything that should stand in your way. At that point, it's more of a skill issue, which just comes from practice. $27, so we need another 15 of these. Alright, let's do another mission, shall we? That should push us over the edge and get us the next level that we need. We're still waiting for more glass to cook up anyway. Mate, if you die, yeah, I'm gonna go with you. But if you fucking die, then I don't know what I'm gonna do. If you die, I'll kill you. He's in the danger zone now. It's this level 25, which is where we've been losing them lately. I've got to pay special attention. We've got to break this. We've got to break this curse. Right, we need the hammer. How's our bow doing? Okay.
Vacate area.
Why? Brings me up the fucking mountain just for me to go all the way back down again into the tundra. Why? Why do you have to do that to us? Yeah, that's one thing I don't like in this game or any other game, where you have to get to a certain point on the map and then they give you further details, and then you have to track all the way back to your base to go and pick things up or craft things to then come back to wherever it is you're going to do the mission. It's like, at least give me some fucking hints towards what's going on, or just tell me like what's what. This forcing you to go somewhere just to update the next stage in the mission is artificially creating extra game time, and I really fucking hate that shit. Don't make me go back and forth on the map simply to get me to be in the game for longer. It's like, fuck off. Tell me what to do and I'll do it. Make the game harder in other ways. Don't waste my time. Oh, there it is. Alright. Oh, why in the fuck did we just drop to 10 frames? I'm going to do a quick game restart. I have no idea what happened there, but as soon as the mission started, it went bling and the next objective thing came up and I dropped down to like 10 frames. I'm not doing that mission with 10 frames because you have to shoot all manner of fucking beasties coming in to attack you. Come on. Yeah, Icarus Intel basically give you everything that you need to know. The only thing you have to turn on separately on Icarus Intel on purpose is the null sector spoilers. But you can literally select a map, select a mission, and then it'll give you the entire breakdown of what you need to do, the same as you see it in the game. They don't, drip feed it to you. You can see it all written down, so you know what you need to do. So if you need to prep with something, you can check Icarus Intel. Oh, I need a power generation, or I need some biofuel. Then you can take that with you already from home. That's better. We've got our frame rate back. Oh, hang about. Let's go inside first. See what goodies we've got. Hunter feet, a thermos. And that's it. Okay, well. Hunter feet is already good. couldn't hit it because of the fucking bush. The problem is there's still a that right there. Good. Alright, that'll do. We'll just leave everything here and it will deteriorate away. Alright, we might as well pick up the next one while we're here. Why are these bluebacks attacking me like crazy all of a sudden? This is still relatively simple in the grand scheme of things. Oh, we didn't collect payment. Silly Billy. Hunt, no. It doesn't spoil. Should we get the hunter head? That's quite rare to get the head armors. I would like more storage, but right now we've got enough. I think we'll go for the hunter head. And we leveled up. Lovely. And the game is frozen. No, honey doesn't spoil. Honeycomb or honey or wax, none of that spoils. Honey doesn't spoil IRL. The only thing you can do to spoil it is mix shit into it that goes bad, then it's not really the honey itself that's gone bad, but the stuff that you've put into it, and then the whole thing is basically fucked, because honey is like sugar. It'll crystallize, but it doesn't go bad. Honey can go hard. Or, sorry, sugar can go hard, but you just break it up. When you see sell-by dates on things like honey in the store and sugar and salt, that's just there as a technicality because they have to. That shit doesn't go bad. If you get something in your salt, if you're a cheap ass motherfucker and you've got something in your salt, all you need to do is dissolve it all in water. Dissolve it all in water and boil the water off. Then you'll be left with salt that you just break up and it's fucking salt again. Should we do another Lost? Let's do another Lost. It's already updated with the location because I have the beacon from the previous Lost mission. Well, at least I didn't have to travel all the way to the Arctic to collect another beacon to then come all the way back down to the tundra again. Yeah, I spent the longest time sleeping on honey, man. I had beehives for the effect on the farm, and I processed the honey, and I used the wax for certain things every now and then. But I slept so much on the honey related foods. It's only been relatively recently that I've even bothered to use it with things like the honey pastries. Honey is really good. You stay there. Stay. Oh, they didn't give us any goodies. That's not cool. There's usually stuff in one of these boxes, but there's nothing there. Oh, good, he's stuck behind a rock. Right, let's get our reward. What a big reward. We might as well make use of our time here while we wait for that storm to pass. We're only 2 levels away from 40, then we've got tier 5 shit at our disposal as well. By the time we get the new base built, we'll be able to get all the bells and whistles. I've never really had this experience before where, you know, playing a PC game and then it goes to console and there being like such massive differences between the two. But it seems a little weird to me. Like I say that because, you know, I don't know how things normally go when they do this kind of thing. If anything, I've always been the opposite way around, waiting for Death Stranding to come out of PlayStation exclusive and the Horizon games to come out of PlayStation exclusive. I've not really had the experience of having it the opposite way around and how things would normally be handled. It just seems really, really weird to me that they would go for a release like this where a significant part of the experience isn't in the game for console players from the get-go. And I'm not even talking about tier 5. There's like so much other stuff that's just in the normal tiers 1, 2, 3, and 4 that aren't on console, and it's just beyond me how they thought it would be okay to put this out. And beyond that, the bugs, like the sheer amount and the kinds of bugs that you guys are experiencing, I don't know that I've ever heard of anything like that on a PC game, let alone a console. Alright, that'll do. Storm's almost over. Let's make a move. Can we try and not fall down into the hole? That would be great. Here you go, mate. You must be hungry by now. Good lad. Oh, look, he's going to level up. Yeah, no, I got that. It's just, you know, why didn't they wait? Like, were they really that hard up that they had to push a release of something so that they'd have an influx of money to be able to keep going, or what? Were they really that hard up that they had to do it now? I don't see the logic behind it. It could potentially come off as a very negative thing for them. If anyone, that's one lesson I would have thought that Dean Hall would have learnt simply from the previous experience on how they initially released Icarus. Hey, Ramen. Welcome back, mate. Oh, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it with the way that we're playing it to get certain things through the simple missions. It can be both good and bad because it gives you it gives you something to do, but it can be kind of tedious. But so far it's been all right. But yeah, going back to like if anyone, I would have thought Dean Hall would have learnt his lesson from the original way that they released Icarus, and that was putting it out as a full release game, which they then backpedaled on about a year and a half in when Dean Hall apologized to the community. They really shouldn't have put it out as a full release game to begin with. They were just afraid of putting it out under pre-release, thinking that it would negatively impact the reception of the game more so than putting up with people complaining about the bugs. You would have thought that he would have learnt his lesson from having gone that route with Icarus on PC to begin with. And now they're basically going through the motions and making the same mistakes again with console. It's not really like them. They tend to learn from their mistakes. It seems they must really be hard up and had to make a decision to push it for the money. Otherwise, what else is there? There's the potential to make a great many potential customers very angry that are just never going to look at another one of your games again if it goes so badly. Like, is it really worth it? Yeah, it's I I've spoken about that a lot in the past. It's one of those double-edged sword things. With the advent of the internet, game companies started to lean more and more on the fact that they can put a game out in a partially finished state and then push things to it as time goes on, instead of the tried and true method that we were used to growing up. When a game came out, it came out, bugs and all, but it was 99% a game. Because they had no delivery system to be able to get significant patches to the fucking game. You copied it onto a floppy, or you burnt it onto a CD or a DVD, or you put it on a USB stick, and you physically had to go and sell it, and then people had to go and pick it up. There was no downloading shit all the fucking time. You made a game and it was playable, or it flopped. The advent of the internet has just completely changed things around. Yeah, and people aren't used to it. People aren't used to it. People have gotten used to the wham bam thank you ma'am of something new and amazing coming out basically every week. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It shouldn't really work that way. People have Steam libraries full of hundreds of games and they maybe play 5 of them. They'll buy a game and then they'll play it for the first time 3 years down the line when they get bored of the other 99 that they have sitting there. It's so fucking asinine. The only games I have in my Steam library and the only games that I've purchased are ones that I actually play, period. There's not a single game in my library that I haven't put at least 200 to 300 hours into. Not a single one. Spend money on it when you intend to play the fucking thing. Like, I get it if something comes in between. There's, you know, there is this thing called life. Yeah, you might be like, oh, you see something, oh, I'll get that, and I'll be able to play it at the weekend. And then life comes in between, and then something happens at the weekend and you can't play it. And another weekend happens and you can't play it. And another weekend happens and you can't play it. And you eventually forget it. That's completely different. And that's completely normal. And there's the other end of the stick. You say that what is it? That it's all too common that unfinished games are being sold with hopes they'll complete someday. If they're released under the correct moniker, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. If you're legitimately selling, if you're selling something to someone, depending on the price range, of course, outside of certain price ranges, it just starts to border into the unethical. If you're selling something to someone and you say, this is pre-release, we're working on it, this is what we have planned, but it's not guaranteed, you're telling people up front, this is what you're giving your money for, then it's their decision whether to choose to accept it or not. And if they do, then that's it. Then you've accepted those terms. Then you need to come to terms with it and live with it. But people go into pre-release games expecting finished games when they don't understand what's going on. Do we have enough? We have enough stuff to make some more things. Okay, so where were we? We needed 27 of these at least, didn't we? Alright, so we've got the 27. That gets us front walls, roof, ceiling, side wall. of the first section, but that does nothing for the other wall over there. That's what we have concrete for. And we've got plenty of concrete, and we made the 10 extra foundations already. Let's make a few more foundations just to be safe. And then we'll turn the rest into pillars. That was the one that I was kind of hinting at, when it starts to be borderline unethical with how much money they ask for it. What's the dollar figure that game is at the moment? It's like $1.5 billion or something that they've made over the course of time with what's been pledged by people buying all the ships and everything. It just seems a little, that's borderline. Like that, that's one game that I've been thinking of trying to play. It's just when I very first wanted to go and play it, their website was an absolute fucking mess, to be quite honest, and I couldn't make heads or tails of what I was looking at and what I needed to buy to actually just play the game. Yeah, and I didn't really put too much effort into it. I didn't bother watching videos and like how to start and, you know, all that kind of bollocks. But I'm sorry, if I go to the website of a company that's trying to sell me a game, I think they should make it relatively simple to know, you know, what it is that you need to get going. Even now, it's not really clear. They've got packages for sale. It's like it's way more obvious where to spend your money. It's just there's no out and out buy this game price. Yeah, it's all starter package this and starter package that. There's no game price, and then these are DLCs. It's just completely obscure. And it's when shit like that happens that I don't have trust in it. I know it's obviously functioning and everything. It's been going for so long. People play it and it's massive and blah, blah, blah. But I can't think of the fucking word in English. I've got it on the tip of my tongue in Hungarian. It's one of those oh fucking hell, elvkérdés. What the fuck is it? Principle. It's the principle of the thing. When stuff is that obscure, it just seems a little spurious to me. Do we have more steel? We need a little bit of steel so we can keep repairing our shit. Our knife doesn't really need it right now, but we are going to need it. And it's bedtime, so we might as well get some kit, which is one level higher. Okay, let's take that and bag up all of that. Oh, we didn't make any extra what's it, did we? Any refined wood floors. Let's make some more copper nails so that by the time we come back we can get some more floors on the go. Right, we might as well distribute these talent points. I do want the extra damage with firearms. Where are we? We're level 38. 42, 46, 50, 54. So we're going to get like another 6-ish, I think. 6 or 7 more solo points before we cap. We'll get food effect duration for now. And then we'll think about maxing out our firearms. And then probably open up the tree down this way and try and max out these two. Hey, Cat and Mike. No, I barely ever use the spear. I barely ever use the spear. Spear, javelin, crossbow. I don't touch them. Bow, gun, knife. Right, let's see what we've got. Crazed creature. Depending on where it puts it, we could do that on our way. And that's perfect, because that's exactly where we're going. Come on, mate. We've got to go and beat the shit out of some big, ugly creature. Right. What do you reckon we're going to have? Polar bear or mammoth? I reckon polar bear. Polar bear. Alright, come on, Mr. Bear. Well, let's see what we get. What's the goods? Those are all the bears that were supposed to attack us while we were fighting the praise creature. I wouldn't mind full on automation. Like they could, some people have complained about the fact that the advanced OEI isn't really advanced enough because it doesn't work in a null sector, or it doesn't do this, or it doesn't do that. The advanced OEI is basically giving the OEI functionality that people were begging for years, and that's a place to land. So that when you call it in, it's not randomly landing somewhere, fucking up your base, or doing whatever, or landing in a place that's hard to get. It's doing what it says on the tin and what they've asked for, and people just move the goalposts. But let's say if it's advanced and it interfaces with the orbital stuff, they could make something like, because it's about the same size as one of the drone platforms. Yeah, they could give it extra functionality, where the advanced part of it is that if you have, let's say, oil drills, or at least electric, not the biofuel, because then at least it gives you something else to work towards, that when there's a drill down, you go into another little UI inside of the OEI, and then you can like a logistics or something, and then you can see the map, and then you see little dots where the drone accessible drills are. So if it's a drill that's out in the open, not one that's in a cave, because there's a whole bunch outside in the open. If it's one in the open, you see it pop up on that map, and then you can click on it and then have options to like collect. Well, let's say it does even interface with the biofuel ones. You could leave empty you could leave full biofuel cans in its interface, and then when it is told to go and collect, it takes a can of fuel with it, and then swaps the fuel can out and takes out whatever's in it within reason. Yeah, let's say it takes like 6 stacks of something in a can of fuel. And then you can just tell it to do that constantly, and every so often you don't have to go to your drills all the time. You go to that advanced OEI drone station, and then there's an inventory in there where you can collect the shit that the drones have been bringing back from the drills. That would be fucking epic. What's that? Iron sickle. Yeah. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. Come on. Let's back up. It's danger. Alright, let's go to the build site, shall we? Yeah, and I know it would be excluding console players from that functionality if they added it into tier 5, but as far as technology level goes, that's the kind of thing that you would think to find in like a tier 5 technology. That's where you're putting multiple different areas of technology in one. Hey, Mr. Mammoth, what are you doing at my base? Gonna get the fuck out of the way, mate. Holy shit. Here, at least make yourself useful. Carry that. Oh, it's down there, isn't it? Right. Actually, no, don't stay there because you're going to be in the way. Stay there. Yeah, we made way too few of these. I should have made at least another stack total. What, did I miscount this as well? How many have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, this is 10 long. I counted with this being 9 long. Okay, that's my bad. Ah, I hate waste. Right, we're going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait with putting these down. Because that inside row is going to need support. Right, this all is going to be interior wood. That can go back there for now. Seven. So we need at least one more of those. To be fair, I did calculate with this being concrete. That's also somewhere where we can save some glass. Yeah, so all of this will be interior wood, and then there's going to be a double wide staircase here. I was planning on having an Art Deco fireplace here, but we'd have to physically have it jut out. Yeah, because I was originally going to have the wall here, and then this wouldn't have played into it, but I kind of like having it on the inside. Alright, where's the interior wood? Didn't we pick up the interior wood that we had ready? Yeah, we did. We don't want all of this to be glass. No, that's where the entrance is going to be. This is where there's going to be stairs coming up. Or at least one of the entrances. Because we're going to go up here with stairs. There'll be a half floor there for some storage. So there'll be a landing, and then you go up further with more stairs to get to what will be this area. And seeing as this is on the ground level, there'll be another entrance here as well. And then there'll be stairs that take you up there. Yeah, so from down there'll be stairs that bring you up here. And then there'll be another entire building here with glass floors over the lava, so you can see the lava river underneath the house. We can probably put an exit here, then I can get to that roof to put things like solar panels on. We don't have any concrete ramps. I don't want to have too much glass. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Indeed. Exactly. Yeah, even this front entranceway is going to need to be multi-tiered by the looks of it. Either that, well, technically that's where the floor is going to be. So we'll have space underneath to run wires and whatever else we want. That's good. We could use the diagonal bits to make it look a bit more interesting on this side. I've not used any of the diagonal pieces yet at all. Like the out and out diagonal bits. What the fuck are you guys doing down here? I'd have to make one of the diagonal walls first. I doubt you can put doors in those. It seems kind of pointless having an entrance there and here. Now that I see it, we might as well just enter from there. And then you go down there on the inside. Wherever you put a door, you lose that wall space. Right, so we're going to need the beams to support the floor here. Alright, let's count up what we need. 6. One of those weird things. 6 more walls. How many glass floors have we got left? 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need a total of 17. So we need at least 4 more of those. So 4, 6, 1. And then we make a bunch of interior wood. Alright, let's go and do that, shall we? Let's see if there's anything we can do on the way home. Animal pathing is atrocious. Animal pathing is absolutely atrocious. Like, that's just the tip of the iceberg. What gets me, I bring this up as an example every time. Yeah, you got like a cat or a dog or something, or even just your normal tames. But with the cat and the dog, it's more apparent. If you've got a cat or a dog in the house and you put down a food and water bowl, yeah, they'll try and path directly to it, like right as the bird flies. Yeah, if there's a wall in the way, they'll just stand and walk towards the wall forever, and basically nearly die. They'll get hungry and thirsty to the point where they could basically die, and they'll just stand there walking forever. Yeah, but then on Elysium, I go to the top of one of the NPC towers, which is basically a spiral staircase, and I'll be standing there looting the NPC that I just killed, and a fucking hyena will run upstairs. The hyena can fucking figure out how to go up the fucking spiral staircase, but my cat can't figure out where the fucking food is. It's like, how, when it's obviously able to do it properly? How do they have such big fuck-ups? Yeah, on the aggressive animals, it's useful. On the passive animals and pets and whatever, it's a bane of our existence. Because you're constantly having to lead your cat and the dog to the food and water, or have food and water bowls all over the fucking place like crazy. So they always have one within line of sight. Oh, we already blew past it. There it is. And this mission has been in the simples from day one, and it still doesn't work properly. Fuck right off. Wasting my time with that shit. You fucking serious? I know we could have taken some of it, but it just pisses me off. It's like, fuck off. Some of them are just so pathetic. All right, we'll do the medium lost when we go home. Once we get the machines cranking out what we need. Oh, you're hungry. I'm sorry, mate. Here I am going on. Good lad. Or good girl, should I say. Yeah, I know what you mean. I've had a couple of animals nearly kill themselves on those fucking spikes on the walls. Oh. I'll take that, mate. Thank you very much. Oh, we got a different type of fertilizer. That's recovery fertilizer. Oh, we might as well make use of that. I've never had that before. These poor plants are going to need it soon. That's already at 80%. Right, so we made some copper nails. So we'd have plenty to make some more floors. Let's just go with 2 stacks to begin with, shall we? That should do it. We've still got plenty of concrete mix. We just need more rebar. Right, and we need 6 of these, 1 of those, and 4 of those. Four of those. And let's turn all of that into rebar. That's glass. We need to make some more food again. What we're missing, the meat. Where did I put the other? Right, that's done. Rebar. I reckon we give these diagonal bits a whirl. We can cut off that corner and follow the terrain there as well. Right, and while we wait for things to get done, let's get some stone. I missed. The dehumidifier. There's a version that runs on charcoal, but the area of effect is rather small, and there's an electric version that does exactly the same thing. It just runs off of electricity only, and it's got a larger area of effect. That wasn't a lot. It's this one. Oh, speaking of which, it needs some charcoal. Alright, is dinner ready? Dinner is not ready because we ran out of fuel. Hey Duncan. Morning mate. Welcome back. Alright, there's our steel. Right, tech-wise, I think we start making some strides towards getting solar powered. So we're gonna need... Where are you? Material processor and composite paste. Electric furnace. And solar panels. And then the next time we level up, we'll get advanced battery. Is this the kind of situation where we can say, we made an empire from a box of scraps in a cave, like Tony Stark? Cave, check. Box of scraps, check. Who do we have outside our door? Who's making that god-awful noise? Shut up. You can hear them doing all sorts of weird things, like when they just stand still, you hear like licking sounds, like those slurping licking sounds, among other things. There's all sorts of weird things they do in different situations. Like different animals will make different noises in storms. Wolves whimper. Whenever there's a storm. Like the Tyrannus and the shaggy zebra, they'll like whinny in a really weird way in storms in certain situations. Oh yeah. Right, we need some ramps as well. Right, and it's bedtime. Yeah, that's a bit of a happy accident, isn't it? Whoops. That needs to be salted. Right, let's fill that up. Make some honey water. And then while that's getting done, let's see to this place again. We're okay. Can you hurry up, please? Thank you. I'll wait until it gets a little bit worse, because it can reverse 200% worth of plant plant fatigue. It's only at like 90%. We've got evergreen, and we only harvest it every so often anyway. We have more than what we need, and the mushrooms we keep getting from the cave. And we've got plenty of flour. Don't want to waste it. No, not that. That is what we... What is your name again? I've fucking forgotten your name again. You're the third one. Annette. That's what we give Annette to drink from. Alright, that goes there. Think we need to do a little bit more mammoth murdering. We should have an okay amount of glass for now. We might as well get this out of the way. We'll probably level up with all the stuff that we're crafting for it at this rate. Then we'll be able to unlock the... Oh, wait a minute. We unlocked the composites already, didn't we? Yeah, we need more iron for that. This is one of those rare occasions where I think I'll use gold instead of platinum. So we have way more gold, and we've got a gold drill downstairs. We just need some iron. The worm heard a weird noise. And the dehumidifier nullifies them spawning as well. So if I had another one in there, or if I had the electric one probably about here, its area of effect would be big enough to cover the base and enough of the cave where it would stop them as well. It's dual purpose. It gets rid of cave sickness and stops them from spawning. Right, so we leveled up. We can get ourselves the advanced battery. And we'll hold off on the rest. We'll see what we need. When you're working in particularly big caves, it can be rather useful to locally use the thumper. If it's got a bunch of shit in it, I think you guys have got the thumper. It makes a bunch of worms and teenage cave worms and potentially land sharks spawn. But then within the area of effect of the thumper, all of the nodes that you've mined come back again. Yeah. It's very useful. I guess we can just wait for... wait for that to finish and then run that. How much power have we got? Oh, we're not draining that badly. And for an advanced battery, we only need 4 composites. You know what I'm gonna build? What I'm gonna get next? Compound bow. Now that we've got composites. And we've already got a foundry upstairs. Glorious. So we need 16 aluminium. We're not really using that space, are we? The electric furnace. Now now you've finished making 60 electronics to make the material processor, you can go and make 60 more to make the electric furnace. Oh, wait, the foundry's down there, isn't it? Come to Papa. That's the one. Indeed. Indeed. Composites? No. That's one of the things that's exclusive for it. It's the carbon paste it will cook. But the composites you have to put into an electric furnace. Yeah, this is exclusive to the electric furnace. Yeah, we have it easy now, mate. This is the easiest it's ever been. Some people might be tired of hearing me say it, but when the game came out, imagine that recipe where you need to make 60 electronics for the material processor to make stuff which you then have to fire in an electric furnace, which takes 60 more electronics. With the current recipes, it's heavenly. Imagine making those 60 electronics when it takes 7, count 'em, 7 gold ingots per electronic. What we have now is heavenly compared to the way we started off. Yeah, you need 5 gold wire per electronic. Yeah, so it's 1 gold ingot per electronic. It used to be 7 per electronic. Oh. And gold wasn't as abundant as it is now. It was nowhere near as abundant as it is now. There was maybe 1/3 as much gold as there is now. Yeah. You can get away doing the same thing on a open world. You just use the thumper. You just have you've got extra steps. You have to do the mini game of killing the worms, but you get basically the same effect. Right, and we needed more electronicals. which means more wire. I don't think we're going to have enough to make a solar panel. We need another 25 electronics. We're not getting 25 electronics out of that. Yeah, we need 4 times that much, and I think we run out of copper. Yeah. We'll go and empty the copper drill. I doubt it's going to have much in it, but it'll be something. Do we need that wire? We don't need that wire. Yeah, once you have drills, life becomes so easy in comparison. A lot of people complained about drills in the beginning. Oh, it gives so little, bro. It's so slow, bro. Yeah, you use the biofuel ones, yeah. But it's not difficult to work your way up to the electric ones, let alone the oil ones. Once you get the electric ones going, I mean, just look at how much gold we brought. I mean, I actually, look at how much gold we brought. I forgot about that. We have to cook that up as well. Like, I've got more gold than I know what to do with. Yeah, and we'll keep using gold for our composites. I don't usually do that. I'm usually in a shit situation in the opposite direction where I have way more platinum than I do gold, so I use the platinum version of the recipe. But in situations like this where we've pulling gold out of basically every one of our pockets. Ah, we do have some copper. Okay. Well, let's put some of you in there. And some of you in there. And we can get the solar panel done before we leave. Because we're probably about to run out of power. Oh no, we're okay. We're actually charging. Alright, that's done. That can go there. Now that we're that set, that we're actually moving up to things like solar panels, I think it'll be about time to unlock the advanced alteration bench and some of the alterations so that we can better pimp out our armor and weapons. $18 more. I keep forgetting that my foundry's down here. I don't know. I keep going upstairs because in our other base we had the foundry upstairs. I could easily be the man with the golden gun. Scaramanga Goldfinger. Okie dokie. What else do we need from here? Got walls. We've got thing. We'll hold off. We're going to need more walls for sure. I prefer to make things as we need them. We could use a couple more concrete frames because I'm probably going to do that wall up to the 3rd level. Open faced. How many did we have? 3. Let's make 3 more of those just so that we have some on hand. Oh, what, on this island? Oh, that's a good option too. Whole area looks really nice. Right, so we've got solar panel. Question is, with where we are, we're going to want to have it like over here somewhere, at least. Because the sun's going to rise over there. Even if we have it here, it's only going to be like 8 AM by the time we start getting power. But at least we'll keep getting power until about, what's that, about 5 in the afternoon. Oh, you know what? I've never used the pillar foundation. We could do that. Give me one more of them. This has all sorts of different variants. One of them being that pillar. That'll do. There we go. Lovely. So a little solar mushroom. Because for the longest time, my starter bases have tended to be in caves like this. I run into that problem all the time. Like right now, it's pretty good. But imagine this was a big fuck off mountain with us facing west. Then you'd basically only start getting power from like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and if there's a decently high mountain range on the other side, maybe you only get power for like four hours of the day, just because of where you are if you place them there. I mean, I guess we could have just put it up there, couldn't we? And then had the wire coming straight down. Never mind. Right, so... yeah, lovely jubbly. Lovely jubbly. With all that power... we could even... oh, you know what? We're going to switch the copper drill out. And then we won't have as many copper issues. Come on, mate. Let's go and empty the copper drill, because we do need a little bit more. Like this isn't much of a distance. I don't mind cabling that far. It's not going to be too big of a performance hit, and then we don't have to keep coming here with biofuel, and it'll bring... oh, okay, I'm an idiot and I didn't put a fresh can in there. No. I'm not really a tame person in that way. I use tames to get around. Like the Draven is kind of an exception. I don't get me wrong, I've used Tuskers in the past before the Draven. I don't like how slow they are. I use the Draven on Elysium because it's relatively quick and still got a whole bunch of space on it. And it has a bunch of heavy slots. I'd rather get around fast, and even if that is at the expense of how much you can carry. You know what? You could almost go as far as say, if Streamlabs would wake up. Hey Nick, welcome back, mate. Streamlabs doesn't seem to be doing its thing. Probably, mate. Probably. Cloudbot. YouTube, inactive. Why is it inactive? Turn the fucking thing on. There we go. Alright, let's try that again, shall we? Although it's not going to hit as hard now.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it. I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Oh, I left my fucking... I left my bow at home. Well, there's a whole bunch of things that you can... Streamlabs has been offline, so it hasn't been pinging the messages. But there's a whole bunch of things that you can redeem. You get points just from watching and chatting and what have you. And then there's all sorts of like little gifts and other things that you can make play. Hey, look, there's another copper. I'm taking this time to mine a little because it's a storm outside anyway. One can only hope. Let's have a look. We can never make it up there. And there is. I think we'll run a power line out here and then we'll put we'll put a drill down for both iron and copper. What's weird and fucking annoying though is we ran around this area with the fucking scanner and it didn't point at this direction once. When we went off looking for iron, we came past here and I held the scanner looking around and it didn't show that there was one here. We must have been right on the edge of its detection or something. It was right under our noses the whole time. I went halfway across the bloody map to go and drill iron. It sounds like there's bees here, but I haven't seen bees. Maybe it's just the wind sound playing tricks on me. Well, we only got a little bit of copper, but it's something. Are you thirsty, mate? There you go. That's something to eat as well. Right, so we need 2 drills. We're not leaving any copper behind, are we? Bit of iron, but we'll come back for that. We'll grab the other biofuel drill. We'll get the electronics we need if we're missing some from disassembling the biofuel drills. We've got 3 of them. And we're going to have our bases covered now. We'll get iron and copper from that cave. We've got gold and silica in our own cave. There's 0 need for this. No, there's no bee trees here. There's no bee trees. You only get bees in caves here. Okie dokie. And we need 5 more carbon fiber. No, you do your thing. I'm sorry for interrupting you. We've got silica drill in the fucking cave. And I've got silica right here. And we're going to get stymied by the epoxy, aren't we? Seriously? Let's go and grab our bow before I forget it again. Right. It's been a while since we've drawn a nice compound bow. Come to think of it, why am I using that shitty old steel knife? When I've got boatloads of titanium floating around. I don't have to go upstairs. The foundry's right here. We're going to allow ourselves a few little luxuries. Do we have any upgrade on that? We don't. Alright, now we have a titanium sickle. Let's get some sleep. Well, arguably the best is always a matter of perspective. As far as durability goes, I'd say the titanium and the miasmic, which is basically just a titanium knife with miasma on it. They're the best. And then you have things like the lithium knife, if you happen to have Dangerous Horizons. Yeah, which is the same yield and has got about the same, I think it's about the same. 60,000. No, it's got twice the durability of a lithium knife, of a titanium knife. The positive thing with this is that you get carbon paste. It converts the leather and the bones into carbon paste. So you don't have to waste your aluminium and organic resin. And we could make it, even though, speaking of which, we just made the titanium one. We've got 2 power banks, but we could easily do with making 2 more. 24, 8, 12, 16, 20 times 2, 10, yeah. Let's get a couple of these things out of the way, shall we? If you take the power bank and you destroy it, you get lithium out of it. That's good, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to get lithium on a map like this unless we bought it in the workshop. But if you don't even have any uranium, you can't buy it because you can't unlock it, you can't purchase it. But you can make the power banks with the alternative recipe out of platinum sheath. Oh yeah. Okay. Good call. I was getting a little ahead of myself. Alright, let's get on with what we set out to do, shall we? We should probably take the wire up there. That's all right, mate. I was getting a bit overzealous. I'm not dealing with you, Mr. Snow Leopard, because I have a wire that I can't let go of. Right. We've got everything we need, don't we? We might as well just take it there. Alright, let's mark the cave. We want to go as straight as we possibly can. I wish they'd increase the range of wires so that it would at least be the same as the biofuel pipes and the crude pipes, and the same for the water pipes. The wires and the water pipes could do with being brought into the same system as the biofuel and the crude. I don't know if these wires are bad or it's just bugging out. Yeah, almost. Oh, there it is. I've got to get used to the compound bow again. I compensated for recurve. Alright, where is it? Right there, okay. Lovely. And then the iron was up here, wasn't it? Now we're cooking with gas. And for our next level up, I think we'll afford ourselves the luxury of some better upgrades. So things like the advanced alteration bench and better upgrades for the weapons and tools. I think I might use your trick, Nick. Bringing down an Ubis to kill it to get some miasma so we can make ourselves a miasmic axe. And then we'll have epoxy for days. There isn't anything else that we really want, is there? All right, let's take... Well, you make the butcher. Well, I have one in space, but I don't see me ever using it. I tamed it when they first added them to see what it was like, and I tested it out, and I'm not a particularly big fan of it. So I don't mind sacrificing it on the altar of progress to get ourselves some miasma. You can still kill tames the normal way. The cleaver just makes it simpler, because things like raptors and like high level animals have a lot of health. It takes forever to fucking kill it because you have to do a lot of damage to it, and people complained about it. On top of that, people were going, because it does have multiplayer, people were going onto servers and killing people's tames and being like, oh, it was an accident. And they changed it so that you have to have a cleaver to do it. Because if I'm correct, you have to hold the button. Like when you're looking at it, you have to hold the button to do the kill. So it's not just, oh, you know, you swing a weapon or something and, oh, I accidentally hit it. You actually have to be very intentional and hold the button to kill. So there's no more, oh, I made a boo-boo, it was an accident. Is this thing full again? We'll empty that when we come home. Oh, we've got to reach level 40. We've got to reach level 40 before the end of the stream. I'm not gonna accept no for an answer. Yeah, whenever I played multiplayer Minecraft, I wouldn't play on a server that didn't have some sort of protection system in place. Like townie or factions or something like that. If it didn't have that, where you could claim land and then inside that area it was protected and people couldn't open doors and chests and that kind of shit, then I wouldn't play there. Hello, Mr. Bear. You know what we should do? Take a look at what quests we've got. We were going to do the scan, weren't we? But then I got caught up in a whole bunch of other stuff. We'll do that after we expand the base a little. Or that, yeah. I'd be curious to check. I think I've still got a shitload of stuff in an ender chest on 2B2T. Which, if you didn't know, coming from another bald guy, is the oldest Anakin Minecraft server. I'm not losing another one! Where the fuck did you come from, eh? Say hello to my compound bow! Son of a bitch. Very fitting. We saved Annette by killing a polar bear and we leveled up to level 40. Did you like that one? I like that one. It was good, huh? Yeah, I could probably do with taming a few more and just leaving them there for that exact purpose. So we don't have to faff around with how to get miasma. What did I want to do? I wanted to give you a potion. There you go, mate. Take the edge off. Come on. Coast is clear. Okay, so... So, we want this. What? Right, now leave me alone. Now it's stable. That isn't. Oh, it is. I think I'd rather hold off on placing that until we can guarantee its safety. I didn't bring the fucking ramps. Oh, I did bring the ramps, but they're interior wood. We're going to need to get this covered, otherwise this interior wood's going to get damaged all the time. And that's where we're going to have more go up. And I was gonna use this space by free placing some walls here. I think we'll just separate this off as an extra room. Right, you stand there and look pretty. That one stays there, even though it doesn't have the extra support that this one does right there coming from the wall, but it still breaks. We'll reload and place it and it'll be fine. Fucking stability system. It's all well and good having a stability system. It would be nice if the stability system was actually stable. It's a bit ironic. If I was going to use beams, then I'd... If I was going to use beams, then I'd rather use the reinforced glass ones, because none of the beams take damage, and the reinforced glass are going to give me the same support as concrete in these kinds of situations, and they don't look anywhere near as thick, chunky. Yeah, and it shows as red, yeah, with everything else around it being green, but now it stays there. It's like, make it make sense. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is good because we didn't have a spot. Because I originally was going to have the wall here, so that this cliff face wasn't incorporated, and then we'd have the fireplace here, because this wall is here now. I don't really have anywhere to put the fireplace. I can put the fireplace in the middle here. And then this is the living room. Well, no, that was going to be up there, wasn't it? That was going to be up there. Oh, I usually pillar the shit out of everything myself. It's just I knew height-wise we should be able to pull it off without the pillars. If I was going to go up any higher, then I would definitely have pillars, the reinforced pillars, reinforced glass pillars going all the way up the corners, including the new advanced ones, as well as concrete pillars, which we're still going to put in on the edges of all of the foundations. I'd definitely do it, but I use plenty of pillars myself, but this is the kind of height where it should still be perfectly fine to hold itself up. It's just the stability system is buggy as fuck. Alright, so we don't need that there anymore. But we do need that there. Right, so we need some more triangular bits. We might as well use what we have left. This was going to be the crafting area, wasn't it? We're going to come in there. Yet another fucking polar bear. Where are you guys coming from? That arrow had a little bit more punch than I was expecting. We're definitely going to need a creature deterrent here. If this is what the local fauna's like, we're definitely going to need a creature deterrent. Ah, oh, did we bring the diagonal bits? We did. Right, let's test these out. I've not used these like this before. We put them the right way around, it might help. That's what we'll have eventually, mate. And here, if we do this diagonal stuff, we are going to have to go with a concrete floor because there's no diagonal. There's no diagonal wood. Yeah, we need one more diagonal piece there. Right, if all of this is going to be concrete, I want to get up there to have a look at something. Wait, don't we have more of these? A lot of wasted space. There's no point. And this is where we take another staircase up again. There's a little bit of rock sticking out, but I can live with that. Right, we're going to carry on. We're going to carry on the glass roof over here. That'll lend things a little bit of stability. We probably should have just left this here. Oh wait, these foundations are different, aren't they? We still have to wrap it in wall if we want it to look the same. Oh, I like having utility rooms. I like having utility rooms. We're going to have so much space. There's no real need to hide things. We'll just plan things out nicely. I'm just pondering. I don't like transitioning from concrete to wood in interior spaces, and because we don't have triangle wood. We need to use the concrete over there if we're going to have that diagonal thing. What I'm thinking is we could use almost all of this space. Like if you I'm gonna do a free place wall here just so that we can step up. But imagine a wall along here, so all of the space in this area out there, we cover that, and then we have an open, because I do still want farm animals. Yeah, then we've got more than enough room out here if we have glass around the outside edge, so the fuckers can't get out. We've got more than enough room where we can park our mount, and have like a little area separated off for the chickens, and have a sheep and have a cow. Have like a feeder in the middle with a couple of beds around it, and they've got all the space we need to like run around inside. And you come in via that area to what is a landing here, and you come down into the main crafting area, where we'll probably, well, I'm still wondering whether we should do this, because we've still got all of this space that I want to go up to by putting stairs up there to get to where the lava river is, so we can have the glass floor over the lava river. And this space lends itself so nicely to becoming a living room with a chimney, with maybe the kitchen garden and other garden related stuff on this side. Yeah, I'm going to pick that up. I've looked at it. I've seen it myself like a half dozen times. I put that there temporarily just so we can walk around. It's doing my head in. We're going to pick that up anyway because it's not covered, so it will take damage if there's a storm. I'm just trying to envisage how we can fill the space. And there's yet another polar bear. Come on, mate. Back away slowly from the bear. I can't leave it there because it'll just get destroyed every time there's a storm. Double door entrance there. Yeah, so we were. I wasn't going to have two entrances on one side, but I think I'm coming to reconsider that. Double door entrance here with the industrial grating in front of it. 2 bits of industrial grating and then industrial stairs leading down, and then we'll do the half piece of the industrial thing is like a little catwalk grating all the way around the outside. So we can come in here and we can have like bio clean, yeah. That's the problem with when you have so much space. There's so many options. You get lost in trying to choose. You fucking let me up there already. Next, we're going to have stairs bringing us up here. And there's going to be a glass floor so you can see the lava river. You can die in it. But you can't collect it and there's no use for it. Or I could get fancy. It just occurred to me. I was thinking of having access to this roof area. I was thinking of having access to that roof area so that we can put our solar panels and whatnot. We can still do that. This can just be the living room / farm area. Yeah, so we can have like beehives, farms, like the crop plots, maybe even do a stacking them like we've done before. And then this side can be kitchen, living room. No, sorry, idiot. This whole place is basically living room / just like common space, free area. And we'll put a fireplace over there. And then this can be the kitchen with like a bit of a dining area. And then here we'll add more glass walls to this. We'll have the farm on here. We'll have the farm on the roof of the downstairs area. Or at least some of it. So we can still come out and access the roof to put down solar panels and whatnot. So this is where we can put the farm with a beehive. And then all of this is living room and display area with the kitchen up here and a dining room here. And then the space down there can be dedicated to material processing, crafting, and then we can have bedroom down here. Maybe we even separate it out, so in the front area, because this is 5 long, we'll give ourselves a 2x3 area to have a bedroom, and then a 2x2 area out in front is where we can put the clean crafting, so things like the electric carpentry bench and the decoration bench and the trophy bench and the textiles bench and shit like that. Yeah, so we come in here, bio cleaner, let's say, and there's more than enough space in here to have like a foundry. Yeah, all right, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do, mate. Let's go home before we freeze our bollocks off. No, I was surprised by that. I was surprised by that, to be honest, because on other maps that have volcanic biomes where there's lava, you do get super stupid hot and you can get hypothermia really quickly and easily. I was surprised they have lava here and you don't even get warm, let alone hot. Everywhere else you have to watch out with it because you basically fucking get cooked. Here, I'm standing next to it like it's nothing. Guess the devs got a little lazy with selecting all the different temperature zones. Oh, fuck it. We'll come back. I wanted to get a screenshot. I bet you're hungry, ain't you, mate? There you go. That'll do you the world of good. Right, so No, not you, you. We needed another one of those. We need a bunch of floors. I think the bulk of what we're going to get up to is going to need to wait for tomorrow. Because we're going to need a bunch of epoxy. I don't see myself going out to go slaughtering mammoths and everything else that moves to get a bunch. We could start with bringing down that ubis, killing it to get the miasma, and then using some, we'd need to make a chemistry bench. We need to make a chemistry bench so we could process it with some of the lithium that we've got to double it up. And then we can make a miasmic axe, chop some wood, make a bio cleaner. Put some more floors here, slap in a bio cleaner. Clean the infected bark for shitloads of epoxy, and then we've got that handled. Yeah, we're on the way. We took a significant bite out of it. But yeah, we need more epoxy here. We're going to need more epoxy here for all the more machines. And we're not going to have enough concrete or steel to finish what we want to get done. So I do believe we're gonna call it a day there. We got ourselves to level 40, and I even forgot to do the inaugural unlock. We now have the manufacturer, so we'll be able to roll our way through tier 5 stuff. One of the main reasons why I landed on putting the base up here instead of maybe just expanding on what we have down here is because the oil is up here somewhere. I can't remember exactly. Well, I think it's over here. Yeah, and we can easily pipe this distance. Yeah, that's not too far to pipe, and it's not gonna be horrendous on performance. Yeah, then we can put pump jacks out here, and we can have all the oil related paraphernalia at the base, which in the coming episodes we'll be able to blast through. Now we've got an iron drill, we've got a copper drill, we've got a gold drill, we've got a silica drill. The caves respawn when we relog. We've still got plenty of titanium. We could do with some more aluminium. We've got a little bit of mining, a little bit of crafting to get on with. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do in the next episode, because I do think I'm going to draw things to a close. Yeah, we'll find. I haven't seen a titanium deep vein yet. But it's not like it's very rare. Basically, every cave we go into, there's like, in the bigger ones, there's at least 4 or 5 nodes, and in the small ones, there's like 2 or 3. In the medium ones, it's the same, somewhere between 2 and 5. And we just have to go to the character select, come back again, and it's repopulated. And if we get lucky and we have enough miasma, we'll just make a miasmic pick as well. And then we'll mine the titanium with the miasmic pick, and then we're golden. But yeah, no, I know. Titanium, aluminium, and steel, you really have to lean on. So we're going to have our work cut out for us, but we know what we're doing. Now we have the slightly more than the foundation of the house, the new house started. We've just got to keep plodding on. We don't have to worry about the leveling grind. At this point, we're going to be doing so much mining and processing and crafting and killing. We're going to get the XP to level up for the blueprints we're going to need to unlock as we go anyway. We can concentrate more of our efforts on, instead of doing simple missions like a crazy person over and over and over again, we can just concentrate on getting the house fleshed out and move over there. So yeah, I'm going to stop waffling. We've outlined everything we're going to do, and there's plenty to look forward to, and we've got plenty done today. And there's one bonus thing. We didn't lose the mower. Annette actually survived. Isn't that right, Annette? Yeah, you're still alive. It's amazing, huh? So, I'm going to sign off. It's been rather nice to stop the streams a little earlier than usual the last couple of times, so it gives me time to kind of decompress before the end of my shift and get on with the rest of my day, which is basically going to bed. So I'm going to say goodbye to all you wonderful people, and thank you to all for stopping by and hanging out with me and putting up with my shit. I hope you enjoyed. Like I said in my waffling, we've got plenty of shit to get on with, and we've got a rough plan for the next little installment. There's plenty to look forward to. So until then, everyone have a wonderful rest of whatever it is where you are. Stay safe, have fun, happy gaming. I'll see you next time. Don't forget to give the like button a little tickle, or maybe even think about subscribing if this is your brand of crazy. I'll see you next time. Ciao. Laters, Nick. See you, Tony. See you, Arthur.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away, as you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Got a buildup of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby, have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never